Okay, well, good evening to all who may be joining. Okay, well, good evening. For this video, as the title suggests, we're going to talk about Final Fantasy XIV here. And essentially, also, as I put in the description as a disclaimer, I will have my own thoughts and my own opinions on Final Fantasy XIV here. Now, not all of these opinions are going to be popular, you know, and not everyone's going to take them at face value, and some might get upset, and then, you know, that's fine. You have the right to get upset, but you don't have the right to personally attack people for having different opinions. So let's get that out of the way first and foremost. And then secondly, because people like to kind of like, you know, just go on different tirades and stuff like that, and like to say, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, he's crazy, the game is super popular, it's the best MMO on the market and all that, but I'm going to do something at the start here to show that that kind of mentality is, in fact, not correct. And how I'm going to do that is going to validate here that I do know what I'm talking about with relation to Final Fantasy XIV here, by showing you a few things that proves that I have been someone who's been around for an extremely long time of Final Fantasy XIV's lifetime. So without further ado, I'm going to start with that to kind of clear the air here and get people to be quiet about things. So okay, here, notice on the bottom of my screen there what it says on the bottom right corner. Veteran reward rank 4. Now look below that and see total days subscribed. Now I want you to keep that number in your head, alright? And normally I don't show my server on stream because that can lead to harassment and all that kind of stuff, but I'm honestly not worried about that too much. If someone wants to try and come at me and harass me, then I am not afraid, like I said, to deal with it and report it if necessary to a GM. So, for any of those who might try anything, good luck. I've already given you that warning. Alright, now keeping that in mind now, like I just said, the day subscribed. Now we're going to do something else here. Okay, now, here's another thing to keep in mind. This right here, what I'm highlighting. Okay, playtime. 669 days. Yes, I know someone's going to probably make the pun of that. But 669 days, 14 hours, 380 minutes. Now, however, I want to stress, though, that this doesn't line up with the subscriber time. You have to, in fact, to get the math correct for this, you have to add this in conjunction with those days subscribed. See, this number here is just your collective on average, okay? Average, that should be the key word for you. Average, like this isn't the full-blown exact amount of time that, a player may have, or, been in game here. But this is how their system calculates the average. So this is a rough estimate here, basically, of how much time I've invested into, on average, into Final Fantasy XIV. Now, like I said, you have to do the math and combine that with the days subscribed, and that will give you the exact amount of time that someone's been playing Final Fantasy XIV. Just an FYI for some of you who may wish to, as I said, try to do any funny business and try to start some kind of comment war in the comments or something like that, or try to create some nasty threads or whatever. But take all that. That's part of your evidence. The other part of evidence I'm going to show you right now. Okay. Now this, starting here. These things here. Veteran, these are all veteran rewards, as well as collector's edition items. Alright, so you guys got that in mind? These are all the rewards that I'm showing you here in relation to the veteran status that I have. And like I said, putting all that other stuff there. And I will just flat out tell you guys as well, bluntly here, I have been playing this game, Final Fantasy XIV, for 9 whole years, alright? 9 whole years. Well, actually, 10 now, considering last year marked officially 9 years, but this is actually going to be 10. This is a total of 10 years now since that year's was added in. So I've played this game for 10 years out of its 12 year now. This decade that this game has been out. So when I'm talking to you in this video about certain subjects, I'm just letting you know that these are the facts that I've collected and gathered, and thoughts that I've compiled together as a long-time veteran and supporter of Final Fantasy XIV. Now you might think this is a little extreme, absurd that I bring this up. Some of you might, but it's important that I do this so that you can see that I am being genuine with my thoughts, and that I'm not just trying to throw around random tangents, random words, or trying to spark some kind of hatred or anything like that, as that's not the intention here. Far from it, in fact. Now, what I want to specifically state in this video why I'm making this video. And the answer to that is because I want to give my thoughts, alright? Because there are some issues that need to be talked about. And those issues, like I said, unpopular with most people because they get very sensitive and very triggered easily. Yes, that's another thing, of course, that people like to bash people like me, streamers, for. Is they like to kind of go there with that whole sort of, mentality that if your opinion isn't popular, it doesn't matter. That whole spiel. And of course, there's also the common accusatory remarks and smart comments as well. At least the ones that I've gotten are a combination of like people being fanatical and all that. And they belong to a certain group in 14, which I will discuss here in this video, so that people are more kind of aware of what I mean. Don't mind me playing around with these G-posing settings and whatnot. I'm just getting everything set up so that it looks a little bit bearable, so to speak. So, where to begin? Well, let's start with me quitting Final Fantasy XIV. And why I've dropped most of my support behind the game. Now, I've made a video previous about this, and my thoughts are still very much unchanged from the time I made that video there. So, if you haven't watched that video, then later on after this recording, I will include a link in the description box to give you a link to that video. Because that video does talk about a lot of important issues as well that happens in 14. And this video, there's going to be a lot of truth coming out in this video about 14. Not all of it good. Some of it, though, is good, but not all of it. But I think it's important that I talk about what's not good first before we can clear the air and talk about what is good. So, first off, the community. Now, the community, when people say the community, okay, this kind of refers to a collective of sorts, if you will. And in this collective, there's smaller, lesser known groups and some other larger known groups. The larger groups are pretty easy and the most common for you to recognize. That being the streamers as one collective, okay, and their small little communities that they have forged. Then there's Then you have the casual player, which is the majority of the player base, I should tell you. Like, the casual fan base of Final Fantasy XIV is perhaps the largest of any casual fan base in any MMO that is out there today, in fact. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is fully casual, you could say. Now, what I mean by fully, yes, I know that gets some people hot and bothered when I say fully casual. What I mean by that is that the content doesn't require you to do it, okay? Like, yeah, you'll have to do some of it. You'll have to make some progress story-related, which, again, story-related content is casual content. You'll need to do story in order to unlock the rest of the game, to get those areas, those beautiful little maps that you like to take your screenshots in, get those glamour pieces at the end that you want to collect, yada yada, all that, furniture, build your house, all that kind of stuff. And like I said, I will cover a lot of topics here, endgame being one of those topics, which unfortunately is in the bad category. But there are a kernel of good things. Like I said, we have to talk about the bad first before we can clear the air and talk about what's good and what works. So, going back to the community anyways. There's the streamers, there's the casuals, then you have your hardcore. Your hardcore is very, very low in Final Fantasy XIV. Like I told you just a second ago, casuals are the majority of the player base. You can try to argue against that all you want, but it's not going to work in your favor. And it is false. Yes, you can see streamers doing savage content that shows that they're doing that type of content, and there's people doing it with them. But streamers are not you, they are not me. Okay? And that's one of the things we need to talk about with streamers, is that a lot of them do have a status quo, okay? Streamers, they get a lot of privileges. They get a lot of things handed to you. Handed to them, sorry. Not to you, sorry. Handed to them. Streamers get a lot of things handed to them. That is 100% factual. Especially the bigger the more popular the streamer is, they get everything. And I do mean everything. They get gil, as I've seen in some streamers that have come over to 14. They get minions for free. They get all this stuff for free. And, of course, do they bother to thank the person that's giving it to them? Sure, they might mention it, but do they actually give a crap to actually, go out of their way to return the favor? No, not really. So, and that's just one of those unfortunate things that people are like that. Me, for my part, I'm always trying to be friendly, kind, and courteous to my fellow players of 14 when I was more active and more into it. But, regrettably, the community's been growing more hostile and more disingenuous in more recent days, more recent times. And it's pretty sad, but that's what happens when, like I said, people follow over from their favorite streamer, their favorite little e-celebrity, and their e-celebrity might not be a very great person that they decided to follow. That their favorite person might actually be pretty damn unsettling. And I've seen a lot of them out there. I'm not going to make many names because then that's just adding to the problem rather than solving it. A lot of you people know who they are, and it's unfortunate that you don't call them out, really. I only see very few people call them out. And that's pretty damn sad, I have to say. But streamers, they don't make up the bigger chunk of the game's population either. That is a great misconception, and you're lying to yourself if you think that just because your favorite little e-celebrity is going to be in the game, therefore this game must have so many more of them. Well, I'm afraid to say no. There's not very many of those streamers in 14. There's varying degrees of streamers out there, yes. And the popular ones you can probably name off the top of your head. But like I said, they don't make up the majority of the population, and plus they use their status, a lot of them, to get things that they want. So of course, they're going to praise the game. They're going to have very little to complain about because you know what? They're getting everything handed to them on a silver plate. Compared to the average player like you or me, who has to earn their stuff. They have to work towards it. They have to play the actual game. Yes, I'm going to call out these people because they need to learn that they're part of the problem. And because they're part of the problem, this has also affected the development team as well. Like, I heard news, and yes, I'm still keeping track of news on 14. I'm not playing the game as much, but I am still, I guess, coping. You can call it copium, yes. I'm still coping, trying to find a reason to stay, hopeful that 14 will actually change for the better. But I don't know if that actually will happen or not. I can't say because, unfortunately, for all these 10 years that I've played and supported this game, it hasn't changed that much, almost at all. In the fraction of 10 years, what have they accomplished? I will tell you about that too, but we're still on the topic of community. So basically, anyway, like I said, I'm calling out this group of streamers, okay, in the community. Because they, of course, are going to make things worse. And do they give a shit? No, they don't give a shit. And yes, I'm going to use honest language here. Sue me, YouTube. You can freaking go ahead and tag me from a report someone to monetize if you wish, but I'm not going to hold my tongue anymore. But yes, these streamers, these groups, this streamer group, they could give a shit less what happens to this game, honestly. They'll do their fake crying and stuff like that and try to pretend like, oh, this game, I can't stand that they did that to my favorite game. Oh. They'll put on a fake crocodile tears just for the click of views on their channel, for more subs, for more money. Rarely have I ever met a streamer who's actually genuine with their thoughts and opinions, and that's pathetic and sad, to be quite frank. In fact, I will name drop one streamer in this category who I actually have some note of respect for. This streamer has played 14 a lot almost every single day. And for a mercy, they still manage to keep their sanity, which is surprising. That streamer being Zepla HQ, or Zep Live, as she's been called lately. I have great respect for her in the streamer group because unlike all the other paid actors who get their lovely little sponsorship from Daddy Square Enix to say good things about their pretty game, Zepla actually isn't afraid to offer criticism about Final Fantasy XIV. And indeed, she'll even call out the company itself for their bad practices. So I have mad respect for her as a content creator and streamer of Final Fantasy XIV. But as for any others, I can't really say that any of them have really any stones. They're just paid shills and actors. They can get mad at me if they want to for calling them out. But honestly, I don't care either. Because this all needs to be said. Because, unfortunately, so many of you are blind, arrogant, ignorant, and selfish. And you don't realize the damage you cause. And this, again, like I said, this has begun to negatively affect the developers as well in Final Fantasy XIV. Naoki Yoshida, who was doing an interview on the Mog Station radio show that's hosted by Square Enix, he put out there that his developers feel hurt. Okay? They feel hurt. Do you understand what that means, people? Or are you so blind and so ignorant to their suffering? I mean, what do you care, right? It's not your job you have to do. Why should you care how they feel? All you care about is that you got your pretty little glamour, your fancy little toy minions, your vanity mounts to show off, and your ERP to have fun with in-game. That's all you guys care, the majority of you care about, isn't it? Why even care about the people who actually put in the work to make it all happen for you? But you know what? I'm going to call that bullshit. It's all bullshit. And there are players out there, believe it or not, who actually do play games for fun. Gasp! I know. In a day and age of high technology, people actually play things for fun? That's unheard of. Totally unheard of. You're supposed to raid, right? You're supposed to raid PvP, and you're supposed to like it. You're supposed to roleplay and like it. But too damn bad for you, that's not the actual story. But irregardless, the community has an issue. It is by no means perfect at all. Not at all in the slightest. Yes, I know what some of you are going to bring up as well. You're going to see, oh, you can't say that when they've won the community award for best community in a video game. You can't say that because that's proof that they're good. And you know all that is? It's not me coping, okay? So get your thoughts out of that gutter. I'm well aware that they've won the award for that. But you know what? They barely won it. And you know what they're looking again at? They're not looking again at average players like you or myself. They could give a crap less about you. The only thing they care about is the streamers. They're paid actors. They're paid sponsors. Those are the only people that matter to them. And honestly, I'm fed up with it. And you should be too if you're someone who's an average Final Fantasy player like I was. You can call me jaded, you can call me every name in the book if you want to, but face the truth, face the facts. Because if you don't, this game's going to turn out like every other shit MMO out there. And whose fault's it going to be, do you wonder? Whose fault will it be? Yes, someone's always looking for someone to blame but themselves. Isn't that right? Final Fantasy XIV community? You're always looking to blame the bad guy, make someone a bad guy. I'm sure you'll make me a villain in your story too. You'll twist and turn that blade into my gut. Try to find any skeletons that I have buried just to smear my name. But you know what? I'm too small to even matter. But you know who is watching us small guys? Should I give you a hint? Should I tell you the truth? Whereas most of these paid actors and shills won't. Go on, then. Open your ears. Crank up your volume. I'm going to tell you who listens. Who actually listens to small average players like you and I. Spoilers. It's not the streamers. It's not the community representatives. It's not Big Daddy Square Enix. It's the developers, okay? The developers of Final Fantasy XIV. The ones that you, the great and glorious community, are making feel like shit. They actually give a shit about you and your thoughts. Yeah. Let that sink in. Now, going even further, let's discuss more of these communal issues. Firstly, a lot of community groups thrive on drama. They like to create it. They think it's amusing. They think it's funny, even if it's at the expense of others. They form cliques, okay? And if you're not a team player, guess what? They toss you aside. Don't even pay attention to you. You could be asking for help in chats. And yes, I know there's many of you out there. You're afraid to voice your thoughts. I know, because a lot of you, like me, myself, are introverted. Or you're shy. And you feel like if you try to mention it up, it's going to spike your anxiety. Or make your depression that you might have already worsen. But it's okay. Trust me. It's okay. You need to speak up. And that's exactly what I'm doing too. Right now, here. Is that you need to speak up. You need to let the developers know how you feel. Because if they don't know how you feel, how will they ever inflict a true and lasting change that makes the majority of this game better for everyone? So I implore you, silent majority, keep on fighting. Keep on fighting your introverted ways, your depression, your anxieties. And speak up. I know there's a lot of bad actors in this game, okay? We call them white knights. We call them scapegoats. And unfortunately, they're the loudest ones, the barking dogs that bark the loudest. So that's why they typically get catered to the most. And that's a problem that stems mostly with the NA community and in some ways the JP community of Final Fantasy XIV. Is that the loudest dog to bark gets the bone. But the underdog gets the scraps. And like I said, that's pretty pathetic and sad. But me as a content creator and a streamer, I'm going to use my status for the good. For every one of you who does take offense and take issue with the way the game is handled. For you long-time veteran players like me who are fed up and you wish to see things change. But we're up against forces that are quite big in numbers. And those forces quadrupled lately. And like I said, that's putting a strain on people in the community as well as putting a strain on the developers. And you know what happens when there's a strain between developers and the community? You end up with a dead game. Because the developers stop caring. They stop putting passion into their work. And you know, maybe it's just me because I'm intuitive and overanalyze things. But I've seen it for a while now. That the pressure, the constant pressure and everything has gotten to the developers. And as a result, quality has dropped significantly in 14. As well as variety. Quantity in variety of gameplay has also dropped. But that's the result of the forces that we're up against, regrettably. Now, I've spoken on the community part of resistance that we're facing. But what I haven't talked about is the other part. The business heads, okay? The sponsors. Other words known as investors, profiteers, whatever you want to call them. They work in conjunction with their paid actors, as I said, and their yes men. This is the community representatives I'm talking about. They're the yes men. Or lady, yes ladies. There's both of men and women. Who do whatever their boss tells them. And you know what? Their boss isn't Naoki Yoshida. Naoki Yoshida is on the board of directors. So he has some measure of influence. But that's outnumbered by a majority of other members. And that's how they work in corporations, okay? So Naoki Yoshida, in every sense of the word, his hands are fully tied behind his back. And he's got a lot on his plate when it comes to dealing with Final Fantasy XIV here. And I'm sure it's pretty damn stressful. But as he addressed in his same interview with them on station radio, he's got bigger nerves, nerves of steel. He can take the punishment and the abuse that his corporation will head him, and also what the community, sections of the community of 14 will throw at it. And that's good on him, you know. I'm fully supportive of that. I'm glad he can tough it out, but everyone has a breaking moment. And I think in this interview was his breaking moment. Because as he said, it frustrates him to no ends to see his team lose their motivation, to lose their passion, because portions of the community are telling them that their game is bad. Telling them that their content that they design is bad. Telling them that their designs are flawed. And all that and more. Plus, it doesn't help matters that people also like to break the terms of service regularly, on a daily basis, by making use of third-party applications and tools. The kind which lets you essentially cheat your way to success, cheat your way to victory, to buy everything that your heart desires. As well as to alter game files to suit your every whim and need, thus crippling our poor developers' efforts to even try. And like I said, this upsets Yoshida, and this is a breaking point for him. You have to wonder how much longer the man can take or last. He's lasted a decade of this, sure, but you can see that that's starting to break at the seams. And before long, you know, he might actually just stop caring altogether. When you're in a toxic, abusive relationship with anyone, you eventually just get tired of it. You stop giving a shit. And I think Mr. Naoki Yoshida is on the verge of getting to that point. If we don't do something to change our community as it is right now. So I propose it's time, high on time, we root out all the bad actors. It's time that we call them out when they're lying or they're bluffing, and start sharing their acts of aggression, their acts of cheating, and make it well known to the developers so that we can work in a concerted effort to help them, help us. That's what needs to be said here, is we need to work in a mutual tandem with the developers. And I should state here as well, the terms of service has been extended to content creators now. So, if you're watching a content streamer and you see them that they're doing something they shouldn't be, and you call them out on it, but they are going to be toxic about it, I highly suggest you have that clipped or recorded and then forward it to a GM. Because then they will swiftly deal with it, and that's one of the best things about Final Fantasy XIV. That's one of the positive things. Their moderation in-game is probably the most superior of like any video game I've ever seen like this. Their moderation teams actually do their job. And they don't pussyfoot around it either and try to say, oh, you're a bad boy, I'm going to give you a 24-hour ban. Don't do it again, okay? No, they're not like that, trust me. If you are caught in violation, you're not going to get a slap on the wrist. You're going to get a 3-day suspension. 3 whole days, yes. Sometimes even 5, depending on the severity of what the person does. So that much I can fully say is a good thing about 14 is their moderation. But anyway, like I said, we need to band together as people, not just as a community, but as people we need to band together. Start meeting out the bad actors that are around. Those bad paid shills especially. Because trust me, dealing with the bad actors is just the first step to a better 14. Because once you get rid of the bad actors, then you're going to really start to hurt the community reps that are paid and bought. Because when their actors have their hands tied and they don't know what to say anymore, when their actors are panicking because they're being threatened to be cancelled, for example, or even not even cancelled, but they're being threatened to be shut down by their sponsorship, then they start singing a different tune. And that's how you douse the fire with people like that, my friends. Is you call them out. You make sure to clip it. You forward it to a GM. And of course, share it with all your friends. Have your friends share it with their friends. When the bad actors finally go silent, like I said, then that's when the community, supposedly community representatives, begin to panic and worry. And then they go and tell their boss, their sponsorships, their corporate heads. They say, "Oh, I don't know what to do anymore, boss. Our paid voice has gone down the shitter, gone down the toilet. We don't know what to do. Is there anyone else we can pay and buy? Can we pick the vilest, most awful, streamer to represent our voice? Who will suck our dick? Maybe that person will be our savior, our voice of reason." But that's how you deal with that problem, everyone. If you really wish to help your developers out, at any rate. Anyway, let's move on from the community portion there. That gets me the most riled up, as you can tell. The next portion I want to talk about is just the content, okay? And understanding what we do understand about the Final Fantasy XIV community, this really puts it into perspective on why things are the way that they are content-wise. And this is going to probably get really depressing. talking about the content. So, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because we need to tell the truth more often. Like I said, there's too many bad actors, or streamers you can call them, that are paid and bought, that like to tell lies for their own satisfaction, their own benefit. Like I said, they could care less if this game becomes a heaping trash fire. They really couldn't care less. Because you know what happens is that if this game fails, well, oh well for them. They'll just jump onto another game and still continue to make money. They do not care about the developers. And it shows clearly, you know, with the poor state that Final Fantasy XIV is in. And like I said, a lot of people are going to get triggered and angry because I say poor state. When they'll try and argue, like I said, they'll try to sit here and argue and say, what do you mean? It's the best game right now. Best community awards. Lots of subscribers. Award-winning expansion. Oh ho ho ho! What more could you want? It's a playground of an MMO. Yeah, well, you know what? That's just you feeding into propaganda, mate. You got checkmated and baited by the Square Enix company. And none were more the wiser because they sucker punched you and took your money, robbing you blind. Which, of course, you're not blind. So pretty much they're just robbing you in plain sight, but you're too dumb to notice it. But anyway, now comes the really depressing and sad part, though. Let's talk about the content. We're going to start with the beginning. Yes, the beginning. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning of 14. 1.0 days. The scourge, the terrible, awful plague to 14. Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Here in this lovely 1 day and age. Pixelated graphics. But yet somehow the flower pots and character models were the best. But that was the only redeeming thing on the graphical part. The maps were all copy-pasted messes of labyrinths. Something you would expect to see of a typical one-player RPG. But certainly not in an MMO. Unless that MMO is a fossil. But nonetheless, 1.0 had a charm to it. A charm that stuck to a lot of players' hearts and minds. As the storytelling was still fantastic, the music was great, the gameplay was a little buggy, but all nonetheless funny at times. You had an actual physical companion, well, digital physical companion, who traveled along with you on your adventures, helped you fight some primals here and there, or a dungeon. God, wouldn't that be great if we had those again? I know, I sure would like it. But unfortunately, we're stuck with instances. But regardless, that was also crippled with a terrible market system, where you feel like you'd be running around in circles trying to find the right thing to purchase because everyone's retainer stuck in this one little market area, which also was laggy and glitchy. That also with the fact that there was no jumping. Oh, lordy lord, no jumping. Oh, the absolute horror. We're in a new age of gaming technology, but yet 1.0 just decided, oh, sorry, no jumping. Those were the days, huh? That, and also, they had the Hamlet system, which is basically your guild has your leaves quests. Fun fact there, huh? And unfortunately, there was also a fatigue system, which, oh god, that's an awful design concept in of itself. Like, really? For a paid service especially? My god, man. But it's okay, I don't fault the developers, as I said. Like I said, they basically work under supervision of a corporate mouthpiece. And the corporate mouthpiece says, hey, you should totally do this, like, right now. It's a great idea. The people love it, and by people they mean the investors. Okay. Their investors love it. As for us players, we utterly despise such things. But the corporate mouthpiece said, nah, it's totally fine. Don't listen to the complainers, you guys. It's it's fine. We can always patch it later, and then they'll like it again. That's until they realized players didn't like it. And in fact, they complained about it multiple times across multiple platforms. And still there was no listening. Wasn't until they saw the ratings, though. When they saw the ratings, then they're like, boss, do you think maybe they do know something we don't? The boss is like, maybe, I don't know. Just do something, fix it, okay? Like, well, just cheapen the fix and don't tell Don't tell the sponsors. Don't tell the investors. Delay, delay, delay as much as you possibly can. And they did delay and delay and delay. Until eventually the population of their game finally dropped to staggering numbers of around shy of like 2K players per data center. Ooh, oof. Ooh, that was starting to really hurt the pockets. And when the investors caught wind of it, they threatened to withdraw their support. Oh, Daddy Square Enix didn't like hearing that. Oh, no, they did not. They were so peeved. So much so that they shut the game off completely. And then, of course, the PR, which is the actual real, thinkers and the real strong arms of the company, decided to tell, the company president, say, hey, I know you don't like being told to do things. I know you don't like making appearances and such, but hey, if you want to save our franchise, which kind of we'll need to cover our asses for the next few years or so, you should probably get up on the podium and make a public apology. And so he did. He went in front of the Japanese, gaming community, and he said, yeah, that was our bad. We're sorry. But, we do have a plan of action. And lo and behold, enter the new director and producer of Final Fantasy XIV. The man, the myth, the legend, the hero, the warrior of light himself, Naoki Yoshida. Take over the project. He actually talked with all his teams. And he asked them, okay, teams, what do we need? What will make this game work? Can we do it? And by God, the mad lad, he did it. He actually fucking did it. He saved a game that was so bloody awful, yet still endearing, from the brink. And now we're entering in the 2.0 phase of content, which I consider, and yes, I know, a lot of people don't like, the 2.0 stuff. They complain about it the most. But suck it up, Buttercup, because you're about to get your feelings squished. You're about to get hurt. Insert the Pepe dropped food meme, because that's this 2.0 talk is gonna make you really reevaluate your decisions in 14. So, let's talk about our Lord and Savior, Naoki Yoshida, and what he did to make 2.0 a resounding success. So first off, emerged servers. This created stability. Second off, he rewrote the code. Made it so that graphics didn't use up so much gosh dang memory, which fries your precious golden goose PC graphic cards. And keep in mind though, that this original 14 was designed for low spec computers, but the output of graphics was higher quality, thus did it make the computers work extra hard. So he took that chunk a bit out and enhanced it. And so 2.0 got a graphic overhaul. Was it perfect? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. But it did help, nonetheless. Things were still pixelated like, but they were kind of a comforting pixel-like graphics, if you can imagine that. Secondly, he also introduced this game on PlayStation. And you want to know why? Not because their sales were hurting, no, by any means, no, their sales were fine. But because, the JP community are primarily console gamers. They don't like forking out too much money for PCs. It's inconvenient. And the thing you need to know about the Japs is if something's inconvenient, they actively despise it. Like, on a whole nother level compared to, us English speakers, If something's inconvenient, an inconvenience, they freak out. Like, in a big, major way, they freak out. And when they freak out, that's not a good thing for business in Japan. So, they did the JP community a favor and made console support available. So that, they didn't have to modify the game illegally. Which, yes, modifying anything in Japan is illegal. So is spying on a person's personal computers. That's also illegal in Japan. The company could face serious lawsuit. But yes, they did that for the JP community. Offered console support. So Final Fantasy XIV 2.0 got on to PlayStation, which was actually what I started on. Because, not everyone could afford, such high performance gaming PCs or laptops. It's just madness, man. Madness. Though honestly, now that I think on it with current situation in the world, you probably could have afforded a PC back then a lot easier than you can now. Now it's just gotten so god damn ridiculous. Like, you just want to pull your hairs out. Like, I shit you not, I'm not kidding here. I went to Best Buy, yes, this is an outlet for high-tech stores. I don't know what I don't know if Europe has Best Buy, but they probably have something equivalent to it. And I know Japan definitely has some form of Best Buy as well. But I shit you not, I went into a Best Buy looking to buy a tablet because it would make it so much easier doing things like this, live broadcasts and all. And like laptops and desktops, they want like over $3,000. I'm like, my good God, man, that's like the price of a car, for fuck's sake. What are these people thinking? They're mad. And then we come to find out later, oh, there's a global chip shortage. No wonder. But why is there a chip shortage? Well, it's because people are quitting their jobs, so. Huh. Consumerism can't be consumerism if, the product is unreasonably priced and unavailable. So, it's just nonsense. But yes, console support was brought for specifically for JP community because they freak out about it. So thank you, JP community. You made my life easier for sure. I don't know that I could play this game without having had a controller. I probably would have struggled a lot and just gave it up. But that's one of the things they did with A Realm Reborn that made it a lot easier, amongst other things. Now, going into the types of content. Now, they kept the Leave Quest and the Guild Hests system because players, believe it or not, did enjoy it, even if they complain about it now. You little shitheads. Even if they complain about it now, it's still something that players loved about A Realm Reborn, is the Lev quests, doing the Lev quest and the Guild Hests with themselves or with another person. But unfortunately, Lev quests are completely solo. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I guess at the time it was easier on the server stability or something. I don't know. I would have thought it would have been nice to have been able to do Lev quests with a small party of 4. At least that much would have been nice. But it was still okay-ish. I used the system myself to level. Then there's the Fate system they brought in, which thank God for that, because nobody wants to sit their ass around doing nothing, waiting for a boss to fight just to kill for a little bit of experience, maybe a sprinkle of something they might need later to upgrade their gear or weapon. That's kind of tedious and, again, inconvenient. So thank God for the fate system. Then, let's see. The maps were more fleshed out. They actually felt like real open world maps, not like cheap corridors where you don't even care to look around and see what's in them. You just monotonously run back and forth through them for no real reason or want. So they fleshed out the maps. And then they've added a couple nice new things. Now here's another fact from 1.0. There were no cat boys. I know, super sad, right? No cats. No cat boy ear wiggles for you in 1.0. There was no female Rogadin. And I don't think there was a male Lalafell either. And I don't. Well, actually, never mind. There was female Ellas and then male Ellas. I was trying to think, did they have a female Ellas? And I'm like, yeah, they did. Okay. They just didn't have cat boys. They didn't have the row ladies or the male Lalafell, I don't think. But those were added in Realm Reborn, though, the cat boys, to which the gays rejoiced. And I'm not exaggerating. They actually did rejoice. They're like, oh, good God in heavens, thank the 12. Yoshi P, you are amazing. Yes, they added cat boys, though. And they added the row ladies in A Realm Reborn. They also added the job system in A Realm Reborn, but that was kind of a nuisance as well. Because then you had to level, all your jobs to 30. Yes, you had to level certain jobs for skills to reach level, your job. Like, not kidding, it was a requirement for some to unlock job crystals that you had to go level, like, Conjurer or go level Marauder for a skill. And we still did it, We veterans, we still did it. We did the system, but, it was really kind of meh. Wasn't the greatest. But busy work for idleness, nonetheless. Again, though, the selling point, which always compels, high records of players, is the story. Final Fantasy. Realm Reborn story was pretty well. It had some kind of questionable moments. Some funny voice acting sometimes, and a typical hero story, which you come to expect from any RPG type related game. So there's that, but it was nonetheless an okay story. It wasn't too terrible. Sometimes it felt like a chore, though, with all the tedious fetch quests, but they've since adjusted that for newer players, made it so that they're not quite as many back and forth, and have these sudden random occurrences of my house is on fire, please somebody help. Oh my gosh, my child and my dog is inside. Hey, you random adventurer, please come to my I'd say you will. I'll pay you tiny pennies and you'll get experience. You'll do it, right? And you have no choice, but you had to do it to progress. But yeah, there was that. That was a thing. And we lost our companion, our path companion, sadly. That was explained in the story. Which, I mean, I guess that might be considered spoilers if. Well, I mean, technically it's yeeted and deleted, but. So I guess really not spoilery, but kinda is. Um, Guy is kind of shot our companion. It messed them up a bit. Their their pride took a beating, and they weren't happy after that, and they just randomly disappeared, I guess. Like they never retconned that in the story either. You know, they're just like, yeah, they went off to do their own thing. But funnily enough, your path companion worked with the same retainer system as well. So your companion was also your retainer, but also like your travel buddy and like dungeon and boss fighting companion. So they were, in every sense of a word, a companion, and you made them too. Like you decided their gender, yeah, their race, their job, I think too, or class. Sorry, back at one point they were called classes, but they decided that. Like, not gonna lie, I missed the companion a lot, but they replaced them with the Chocobo Companion, which is, I guess, just as nice. You know, I love my Chocobo Companion a lot. I do. Sadly, though, he's retired just like I am because of the poor, sultry state of things, which we're getting to. We're getting there. Trust me. Oh, it gets better. Always gets better, doesn't it? But yes, the Path Companion sadly was replaced by the Chocobo Companion system, but again, the Chocobos aren't bad either. You can dye your fluffy friend, and you can also give them a name, and they can either be under the role of tank, healer, or DPS, and they just follow you everywhere in the open world. Unfortunately, though, you couldn't bring them into dungeons or trial fights. But a system is kind of like that now, but we'll get to that. We're getting to that. much later on here. But there was that. We got the die system, dying gear system. I believe they also added some other disciples of the land and the hand to play as. Because in 1.0, if my memory was correct, you only had mining and botany. There was no fishing, I don't think. And there was blacksmith, carpenter, alchemists, I think, were the only crafting ones. And then they added culinarian and, the others in A Realm Reborn. And then battle job wise, let's see. They added Summoner and Scholar. I'm trying to think of what else. Summoner and Scholar was added. They already had Gladiator. They already had Marauder. They already had Conjurer / White Mage. They already had Lancer / Dragoon. They already had Monk / Pugilist or Puglist. And Black Mage / Thaumaturge, they already had that too. Later on in The Realm Reborn, they added Ninja, which became my main after my first main, which my first main was Gladiator, because I love swords. So give me a sword job and I will play it, but I was sad because no Samurai was in Final Fantasy XIV, despite having been in the previous MMO of Final Fantasy of 11. So I was a little sad about that, but they did eventually add Samurai to the list, so that made up for it. But I started out as Gladiator. But I did not have a pleasant experience playing as Gladiator because, internet being what it is. You run into those toxic shitheads in Duty Finder who like to trash just to be mean. So I gave up Gladiator in favor of Ninja when it was released, and I loved the Ninja to pieces, even though it was very weirdly implemented. They called it a rogue at first. In order to actually get the actual ninja, you had to play rogue. Why that is, I don't know, but they felt the need, I guess, to make it dynamic. I really don't understand the philosophy behind it, but hey, like I said, they put us veteran players through a lot. They really did, but we still did things. We still very much did things. And sorry guys, I'm just moving the camera and lighting around a bit because that auto AFK timer thing's still in place. And so if I want to continue to hold my place in game to finish this video, I have to be like interacting with the game. So yeah, I mean, some things We just got, but us veteran players did them. We still did it anyway. Because, like I said, for all intents and purposes, you know, we do appreciate the game for what it was. And it wasn't a masterpiece, no. It wasn't phenomenally groundbreaking, no, but it was still pretty endearing and like a pretty enjoyable Final Fantasy experience overall. So, A Realm Reborn will always have a place in my heart, and it will always be considered the best expansion of Final Fantasy XIV ever, in my opinion. Now, let's go back again. Like I said, they've added the jobs, the races, added new systems that help make the game more interesting and more alive. The maps were fleshed out, the graphics were improved, console support was added. And then, what was I gonna say? Sorry, my mind drew a blank. Oh yes, the end game. The end game. So, the end game initially started with more of the same from 1.0. So there were boss fights, of course. And this is a staple of Final Fantasy, okay? It's having these encounters with godlike beings of ultimate power, ultimate destruction. So, that staple continued on in Endgame for 2.0. And then they introduced raiding. Like, raiding was practically non-existent in 1.0. That was another complaint about 1.0. There was no raids, and there was no PvP either. PvP was also added into 2.0. So that was another endgame that we got in A Realm Reborn was PvP and, you know, PvP and raiding. That's what we got for endgame in A Realm Reborn. And the boss fights. So those were our three sources of endgame in A Realm Reborn. And you'd grind them out for weekly tomestones, and such. Oh yeah, we also had hard mode dungeons, which were basically dungeons with a slightly more difficult requirement to complete, and a little more punishing, but not by extreme measures. And, unfortunately, they don't do hard mode dungeons anymore because, they introduced the trust system, which we'll talk about that later in a sec. But we had hard mode dungeons like that, and that was basically, our end game for 2.0, and then they added another end game in 2.0, which was the Golden Saucer, which is a mini game / active time event hub. It's just sort of like a casino, only with less gambling. In fact, there's like even no gambling at all in the Golden Saucer. You just play the games, you earn the tokens, and you trade them in for stuff, and that's basically it. You don't there's a card game, yes, but you're not like making bets or anything. I mean, players themselves, I'm sure, were treating it like poker or something like that. They probably did use Triple Triad as the card game's name. They probably did use it to make it a gambling thing. And I see that happen still even today in 14. Is that, I mean, well, I should say before I quit, I went into retirement. Obviously, I'm in game now because I need to make this video for you all. But before I retired officially, you know, that's basically, I realized that, yeah, that people were using Triple Triad as sort of a gambling thing. And when Astrologian came around, they did kind of a similar gambling thing. Because the Astrologian has the fake cards and everything. So there was that. Roleplay was a thing in Realm Reborn as well, 2.0. It wasn't as nearly as big then as it is now. But it was still there. And then, of course, you had crafting and gathering as another type of like endgame thing. More so crafting, because crafting would constantly get, you know, recipes to make and stuff, and just so happens those recipes tied with the god-awful housing system. And yes, it was awful even in A Realm Reborn. You think it's bad now, it was still bad then, too. Only back then, when it was first brought in, it only free companies could buy houses. Like, there was no personal houses at all. It was strictly free company only. Which, for whatever reason, they decided to bring that system back here in Endwalker. Why? I don't know. I couldn't tell you, honestly. Sometimes it amazes me. Like, who's saying these things and who wants these freaking awful things that we dislike? Oh, but that's right, of course. We know who they are, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video. Those people are the ones that keep asking for this shit. But that's neither here nor there. I've already listed the complaints and concerns with the community. But anyway, yes, Gold Saucer, boss fights, raiding, PvP. Those were our systems of endgame in A Realm Reborn, or crafting, and that was it. Simple times, those were. Very simple times. But they were nonetheless pretty good. The community was really close to each other then. They were a lot more thicker skinned. And yeah, there was the occasional free company wars where free companies would bash each other and try to compete against each other for, the top spot in raids and the top spot in PvP. And just be like, the most popular free company on the server. Like before we had world visit system, we just had individual communities within the servers themselves, which, like I say, I really miss those days. Even though, I didn't have a good time either then. That's more on a personal level, though, so we're not going to talk about my personal experience there, because we're here to talk about the game as a whole, not just me. If you want to know more about me, well, there's lots of videos on my channel here on YouTube for that. But essentially, things were simpler then. The communities were closer to each other. They were more active, more competitive in some ways, but it was still a really good feeling that then. And it can bring most of us to tears. Us players who've been playing for 10 years plus. I almost wish we could re-experience A Realm Reborn again, to be fair. Not the bad dated systems, mind you. That's not what I mean, but what I mean is just the simple things. Those simple days. I miss them dearly. But those days are long gone. And if we should ever return to them again, maybe that would be nice. Maybe that would bring me out of retirement here. At least that's what I would hope. Not a guarantee. But anyway, that was pretty much it for A Realm Reborn. And the servers, again, just like today, they weren't in very good condition either. They stuttered here and there. They had problems. And A Realm Reborn also sold out too, believe it or not. Because people just loved it that much, They loved the game that much. And based off, you can see off of my own testimony here, you can see why. And they loved that game that much, and they would tell all their friends about it. They'd be happy to share that game with the world and everything, and to say, yes, I love Final Fantasy. And on a more deeper level, that's true of me even now, even though I'm saying all these criticisms and stuff about the community and the game itself. I grew up on Final Fantasy. It was in my childhood, and basically, Final Fantasy to me was an escape. Because, life isn't great sometimes. So, Final Fantasy gave me something better in life. But yes, A Realm Reborn was really endearing. But regrettably, it would still not live up to that name ever again. That's where it gets to be really sad. Now comes 3.0, Heavensward. Again, as always with Final Fantasy, they nail it on the story. The story is always fantastic and wonderful. The music is fantastic, and the world building that they build and construct is also wonderful. I should note also within A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, the world felt more alive too. You could actually go inside more places and buildings. Like they weren't just prop pieces that just look pretty on the screen. That you could actually go into a lot of buildings and see that there's NPCs in them, there's chairs, there's tables, there's beds, there's food, there's all sorts of things. A Realm Reborn and Heavensward felt like an actual MMO. It was a live and living world, those two expansions. But now, with Heavensward, it suffers a problem. Now, the problem with Heavensward that it suffered from is that the endgame content and the content is still relatively the same as it was in A Realm Reborn. Still got more hard dungeons and dungeons in general. Still got the trial fights with the extreme versions. Still got their same raids. And by the way, of course, I forgot to say, but in A Realm Reborn, we got the introduction of the 24-man raids, as well as the 8-man ones. And I should note that the raids in these two expansions were definitely felt like raids. You were actually exploring territories and making claims to them. So, in every sense of the word, 8-man and 24-man raids were actual raids. And, PvP, on the PvP front, they used to have this PvP where you'd have 4 versus 4. You'd compete against each other in teams and such and fight battles. And then you'd have the one big frontline map, which I think is called Siege, where basically you're fighting to control areas on the map and kill nodes. So there was that, and you also had 2 versus 2 PvP matches as well, but they were all confined to one arena. Eventually people got bored of doing that though, so they asked for more, and so they gave us more in Heavensward. They gave us another front line, this time involving the breaking of ice, like literal ice. And they introduced the feast, where you'd basically fight down the enemy team and collect all their tokens, which that is going to be discontinued here in Endwalker, they said. There will be no more feasts. And again, part of the reason with that is because, people were getting too heavy-heated with each other, and it was overwhelming, I guess, the GM teams, so... And I guess there were some reported instances where the GMs themselves were being attacked by players as they were, being reported, so they eventually decided to just cut off the chat completely from PvP in the Feast, so then people would have to spam these automated messages. And yeah, but there's just, again, there wasn't very many people queuing up for PvP because it was a little lackluster in a way and just kind of a monotonous grind. Like I said, the loudest dog keeps barking its head off, and it's making the game quality and quantity suffer for it, regrettably. And that's where it really started to really take effect was in Heavensward. But don't get me wrong, Heavensward did bring new ideas to the table. It wasn't a completely rehashed Final Fantasy XIV 2.0 redo. Within Heavensward, we got the Palace of the Dead, the Deep Dungeon, where you can enter this ever-changing labyrinth of sorts, and you can queue up on any job, and the queue system for it allows you to complete it with any party composition, at least relatively. Like, I'm sure there's been, like, some funny stories about maybe a party of all ninjas, or a party of, like, all tanks, or a party of all healers, in some cases. Or maybe there's one healer and they're all deep and all DPS, or a tank and all DPS. But it made the content stay, relevant and fresh. You would never struggle to find a party for that. And that's what I really wish they would use this system more often for, just regular dungeons. Like, I get it. I understand, like, people are playing a role, so they need to play that role. But hey, come on now. This game is 12 freaking years old. Tell the lard dog to shut the fuck up already and the underdogs get their chance to speak up, all right? That's what I'm going to say to the devs there. And yes, I'm sorry, Naoki Yoshida. I'm sorry, Koji. I know you don't like hearing negative language, but when it comes to, the community fighting amongst themselves, but it needs to be said, Put a freaking put a shock collar on that freaking loud dog. Put a freaking muzzle on him. And tell them to sit their ass down and let the other dogs speak. Alright? That's what needs to happen here more often. Anyway, like I said, the Deep Dungeon was a pretty good system. I really think they should use it more often. They should use it for regular dungeons too. Like, they've added it to PvP, especially now. So it shows you that they are seeing that it is a more favorable system of matchmaking and that it can be done. And that's what I think they need to realize and do that also with, raiding, and do that with, not the hard raiding, of course. That stuff's always going to be hard no matter what, and that's because Naoki Yoshida, he likes challenging stuff. He likes engaging stuff that makes people have to put in effort to achieve. He likes that kind of stuff. He's that kind of gamer, he said. So that's why for a game that's so heavily casual, he adds in these fights all the time. And later on he added what's called Unreal, which is basically, old fights, but they're scaled up instead of scaled down. And that makes it so that players can feel a real curve in where their abilities and powers are at. But I just think that the queue system used for Deep Dungeon and PvP should be also used for regular dungeons and regular raids as well, because that would alleviate the problem that a lot of us average guys have in this game. Like I said, streamers don't have this issue, like the big dogs that bark loud. They don't have this issue, so of course they're gonna sit here and say, "This game's so terrific, even though I get everything I want handed to me." Oh, what's this? You say your queue times are bad? Oh, I'm so sorry, little guy. Let me give you a little head bat. It's gonna be okay. You'll get there. You know what? Fuck you, man. Piss off. But anyway, as I said, the queue system should continue from that deep dungeon and other stuff to other content because it works. They've proven that it works, okay? So, they need to add this matchmaking to other content as well. This will improve, not deprove. Okay, okay, Koji, okay, uh, Yoshida, this will improve. Guaranteed this will improve your content going forward. So please consider it as a step moving forward. Make content so that any party composition is able to get the job done. You can keep the hard stuff. We're not telling you take the hard stuff away. You know, yes, I know you have the hardcore players. They're your underdoggies. They're your little boys and girls that you want to take care of. That you don't want to put them behind. You don't want to forget about them, you know. I understand that. But that doesn't mean that they have to have everything be their way. The same with the loud dog that I told you to shut up. They don't have to be their way, okay? Find a middle ground. That's what I represent here in the community, is the middle ground, okay? And trust me, I do like engaging content too. I'm not completely full-blown casual. I've done extremes and I've done savage before. You know, I've done that kind of stuff, PvP. You know, I've done those kinds of content before, so I'm not adverse to having, you know, it be repeated again and again, but I just think that the matchmaking could be better. And if you can design the game with that in mind, the way that you implemented it into PvP and into Deep Dungeon, then you'll see that the game will definitely flourish more than it already has. And that's the important key factor, is to have the game flourish, not be in dire straits or be in a bad rut that it is right now. Okay, other than PvP and the Deep Dungeon, Heavensward had uh, Datum, which I played myself. I actually enjoyed it. Yes, I know there's going to be people say, you actually enjoyed that crap content. No, it wasn't crap content. It was side content. Yes, side content. Open your frickin' ears, Grandpa, Grandma. I know some of you are 40s and older. Open your ears, clean out your wax. Yes, it was side content, so it served its purpose. It wasn't meant to be your typical weapon grind that you're used to being in. So cope harder is what I'm going to tell people like that. You're the copium one. My datum was meant to be side content and it served its purpose. I enjoyed it. It was relaxing and fun to actually have a new place to explore and run around in and do stuff with people. Form your own individual parties and everything like that. Spawn these boss fights and everything. So that was fun content to do. But again, the rest was all pretty much the same. Same song and dance. New job, new PvP, new dungeons, new raids. New gear. And while we're on gear, Glamour Restrictions, that's been a terrible issue for a while as well. And one of the top complaints players have is glamour issues. They're just too restrictive. Not to mention, kind of seeing a little bit of bias. Like, I'm not saying, that you developers are bad for having your own personal tastes. Like, your personal tastes are yours, I'm not saying you have to do, equal and fair things, but it would be nice if you could consider it at least. And again, I've seen that they have slowly and readily warmed up to the idea, at least in theory. They haven't actually applied it in practice yet. An example I can give you is they recently released some gear, re-released some gear to fit all genders. There's the Thavner tights. You guys know the ones, I'm sure. Especially you degenerate role players. When they released that for males, for some odd reason, they decided that males should have shorts instead of the default undergarb look. I don't understand why, though. I don't understand. Like, can anyone please help me understand this? Like I said, not accounting for taste. Taste's fine and all. Like, I get it. Some people have different tastes and all, but like, their lead designer on the development team is a female. Like, I'm sure she wouldn't have an issue. I'm beginning to think it's more the programming side, more so than the design portion of the dev team. But the reason, like I said, bias is because, like, why? Why did they have to change the male variant for specifically? Why? Because you have with males characters, you already have things like the coral briefs, the she sets, and those are acceptable, but the Thavnir isn't. Like, I'm scratching my head here. I can't justify a means like why that had to be that way, but it's just nuance. That's all it is. Take it with a grain of salt. That's just nuance, but I appreciate it. Like I said, that they're the thought is there that they're at least have considered making things a little more fair, a little more equal for both genders of characters, you know. And us LGBTQ communities within 14 really love you for it as well. So don't give up on that. You know, keep trying new things. You know, we appreciate it, but we have our gripes, and that's what, and we need to voice them so that you know, you developers understand. You know, what things need to change. Like, things don't have to be always deleted. You don't have to always remove things. Like, you can change them without completely deleting or removing them. Like, I know you developers have it in you to do that. Even if you're on tight schedules, that's another thing that's stressful for these developers is the tight schedule. But I actually want to make a comment on that much later on here. We need to get through the rest of the expansion content here. Expansions. So, to finish off with the Heavensward portion, they also added the treasure map dungeon, which is a riot. Lots of fun to be had. You'll never know what's going to happen. It's all randomly generated. Which is, for that kind of thing, it's fun, but like, here's another gripe, and I'm not alone in this. I guarantee you 100% I'm not alone. Like, like I said, the only streamer I respect in the community, Zepla, she's made a video about on the awful RNG of 14. Okay, and it is pretty awful. Even Naoki Yoshida's finally said something about it too. You know, like, I think the reason I think he's always known, but like, again, the reason like he doesn't say out loud is because he doesn't want to hurt, I guess. Like, as he said in his interview, he says he doesn't want to hurt his team's feelings, you know. Like, he wants them to feel appreciated for their effort. But even he, you know, even he has limits, like I said. And he kind of said that, you know, yeah, he said, um, like, I think it was, you know, Mr. Happy. Yeah, I know, cringe, right? I know a lot of people are cringing right now because I said Mr. Happy. I know. Okay, let's just get it over with. Okay, all right, all right, all right. We get it. We get it. We get it. All right, we're moving on. Sorry, Mike, Mr. Happy. I'm not calling you bad. I know you put in a lot of hours in your work. I can respect you for that much, but you are a special case point. I'm sorry, I am. But I know, I can already hear him now, his voice saying, "Are you though? Are you sorry? Because you don't sound like it." But I'm just so. Mike, Mr. Happy, you do cringe things, alright? I'm just being honest. But, yeah, it was in one of his interviews where he had said the RNG could need some attention, and he basically told Yoshida that he was doing a fight farm, and it took him exactly over 99 times before he got this piece of loot that he was farming for. And so Yoshida's reply to us that he was like, "Oh my, he's like, oh gosh, yeah, we're so sorry that it took you 99 times, over 99 times. We," he said, "I'll forward that to the team." He said that works on, that. He said, we'll make some adjustments in the near future. Please look forward to it." That's Yoshida's trademark, by the way. Please look forward to it. But, yeah, the RNG needs work. It's not super great. But it's good for things like the treasure map dungeon, because that's how it's supposed to be for that specific type of content. It's supposed to be a randomly automated system, because it always keeps you guessing, like, oh, am I going to win big money, big money, big money, big money? No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, big money. That's how the treasure map's supposed to be, but for other things like dungeons and all that, oh, please, please, please make adjustments. Please. And again, the Glamour, please ease the restrictions for that. We've been with this constant restrictions for all the way up till now. Please make those go away. Like, we're not asking, okay, Koji. I know you'll hear this. I'll know you'll probably hear this, Koji, because I know someone on the development team's been watching my streams or been clicking through my video. I know this. You want to know how I know this? I'm not gloating or bullshitting you, okay? Because I've made suggestions. And this is, again, like I said, me using my content creator power for the good and benefits of you guys. Because, see, I'm not even paid to talk and ramble here. I'm not even paid. I don't get ad by YouTube. I don't get Twitch sponsorships or anything. You can check. You can go check my Twitter. You can look through my videos. It will tell you on my videos whether my videos are paid sponsor or not. It's just a simple button click away. You can go check. I'm not lying to you, okay? But yes, someone on the development team or, okay, this is a really small or someone on their, their media team. Yes, they have a media team which briefs Mr. Naoki Yoshida regularly, they have like a monthly report or something that they send to his desk. Basically, where they outline, okay, so we watched through this many streamers. Okay, these are the people. This is their names. Okay, we watched through this many streamers. They said when we watched all them, They all agreed on this, this, and this, but they didn't like that, and that. Okay? Okay. Now that we've got that cleared up, Koji, Yoshida, please. Please. We're not asking you, okay, to unrestrict job gear specific to jobs, like example, artifact gear. You know, the blue gear, the blue stuff. Okay. Aoi. Aoi. Yoshida-san. Aoi. Aoi gear. We're talking about Aoi gear. Blue gear. Blue. Blue. Okay. The blue gear, you can leave that alone. That can stay locked to Gunbreaker, Summoner, Reaper, Sage, whatever. You can leave the blue gear alone. The green stuff, okay, green. I don't remember the Japanese word for green. Green, gomen nasai. I don't remember that. I don't remember the word for green, but green. Okay, green gear. Green and gray. Green gray gear. Please. No restriction. No lock. No restriction. No lock, no restriction. Please take them off. Turn off. Shut off. Let us use that for any job. Any job, Yoshida. Any job. You do this, and guess what? You can eliminate a problem that's been a thorn in your side. You know what that problem is? Modding. Okay? Modding. That stuff that you're kind of okay with, but you have to say you're not okay with. Okay, Yoshida? You can cut that issue in half. I promise you, okay? I'm not gonna lead you astray here. I know you've maybe listened to a streamer before. I'm not gonna say names. Okay, I said names, I lied. Okay, I did say Zep and Haps. Okay, but I'm not gonna blame or shame anyone. But I know I know you've been led astray before. But on this issue, I guarantee you 100%. Okay, 100%. If you take those restrictions off of green and gray gear, you know the little box thingies? Okay, I'll show you. Okay. Stay with me here. Okay, stay with me. See this? Gray gear, gray. Okay, gray. See this? Or sorry, not the weapons. Don't touch the weapons. Okay? No weapons. Weapons stay. Leave weapons alone. Leave this gear blue. Okay, blue. Leave alone. Weapons in blue. Leave it alone. And this here, see? Green Yoshida. Green Koji. Green and this gray. See this gray? Green and gray. Yes. This gear here. No restriction, okay? All class. See what it says? All class. We want that on the green stuff too. And on all this gray gear, all this gray gear, all this green gear, no restriction, no restrictions, all classes. Okay? That's what we want. That's what we want. That's what we want. If you do that, then we will not have any more of this mod talk. No more, no third party talk. None, no more. It'll be done. No more. It'll go quiet. Okay? I promise. I promise, Yoshida-san. I promise you, okay? I give you my word, Scout's honor. And if I'm wrong, then I'll Fantasia to a Lalafell for a week. For a whole straight week, I'll play only Lalafell. On stream. Okay? I promise you. I'll do it. I will do it. You will watch it. You will see it. I will post it. I will post it. If you do that and nothing bad, okay, nobody complain about it. They're happy with no restrictions. Okay. If I'm wrong, yes, I will abandon the Rabbit Boy or Midlander Boy. Sometimes I switch between the two. I will abandon and be Lalafell for a week and only stream with that. If I'm wrong. Which I guarantee I won't be wrong. You won't be led astray. I promise. Anyway, okay. Sorry, I really needed to stress that so that they, whoever's been watching my stream from the either development side or from, the media team, I really need to stress that's what we want and not the blue stuff. Blue stuff, no touch is okay. Is okay. Is fine, but all gray stuff, all green stuff, no more restriction. And also, while we're on gear, just let me finish up that gear part real fast. Please, no more reused assets. Mr. Yoshida, I know time is a factor you have to do. Time and resources equals money. But, Mr. Yoshida, please give your design team more resources. It's not very fun. And it's not a good look having to see reused assets for a paid live service. It's not a good look. So please consider giving your design team more freedom, more resources. Because if you help them, they will help you. And when you help them, they help us. And it all works in a very good ecosystem. So, if that gets done, like I said, I promise you things will work out. And the talk of modding and third-party services, which you do not support, it'll go quiet. because people will have more options, better options, and no restrictions. And that's what people want. Okay, that's what they really, really want. If you do that, then you will be solid. Golden, golden solid. Anyway, though, yeah, anyway, yeah, that's the new additions, the only new additions for Heavensward were the new jobs, the Aura Race, Deep Dungeon, Treasure Dungeon. There were treasure maps in A Realm Reborn too, by the way. That's where we got treasure maps to start. And that was another endgame I forgot to mention, was that as well. And the Relic Weapons, of course, but the Relic Weapons were so tedious then and so long. Oh, they've definitely improved the relic system by leaps and bounds. But in A Realm Reborn, it was just such a slog. And it still kind of is, but it's gotten better. But yeah, datum, treasure map, deep dungeon, new jobs, and yeah, that's really kind of all the brand new stuff for Heavensward. Now comes Stormblood, which is unfortunately regarded as the worst expansion by general consensus. And while I won't say it was the greatest expansion, I wouldn't necessarily call it the worst, honestly. Some parts were weak in the expansion, yes, but overall, Stormblood did deliver on story. It did deliver on gameplay. And music score's amazing. And the trial boss fights were fun as well. But pretty much Stormblood was the same again. Hadn't changed since the end game hadn't changed since A Realm Reborn with Stormblood. And that was a real major issue. A very, very major issue. They basically took Heavensward and just did that again with Stormblood. Pretty upsetting, honestly, considering, they did so well with A Realm Reborn. And in some regards, Heavensward as well. Like I said, the sum of Heavensward was tiny compared to A Realm Reborn. That's the sad part. But Stormblood was basically, Heavensward 2.0, where essentially the endgame was just the same again. Dungeons, raids, boss fights, and a PvP. Which PvP is definitely not this development team's strong suit. I mean, I appreciate them for still trying it, I do, but we can't really say that PvP is phenomenally good. About the best thing that they've done so far, the battle team that works on PvP, is the duel system. But unfortunately, that was abandoned. I don't know why, but I assume, again, those problematic loud dogs are the reason to blame for dueling not being extended on. But we really do need, like, what I would like them to do with the dueling system is extend it to the open world maps. Not the cities, but the maps. The exploration maps. Allow players to challenge each other to duels in those areas, because that would open up so much fun shenanigans for PvP and be a breath of fresh air. Like, you can have it set just like how you would do with Triple Triad, where it will say, you can play games here, or nope, games not allowed here, you know. That is a system that you guys on the development staff can do. You can do the same thing with dueling. Like, extend it to the overworld. And have it be where certain places dueling is allowed and dueling is not allowed. So let's say, okay, an example of what would be a dueling around allowed area. So let's say I'm running around in the open world. I'm not like I'm not inside like a little haven where where the big blue crystals are. Dueling is okay to be done in those sections of the map. You can challenge someone to a duel. The person can decline, of course. And if someone's being bullied to be dueled, then they can use, again, the report system, because that's harassment. It's against the terms of service. A GM will take care of it. So there's no room for abuse of the duel system like that. So they could do that, where dueling is allowed in those areas. And then have it be, with the areas with the big blue crystals, no dueling allowed. No dueling. A message prompt should appear where it will say, dueling is not allowed in this area. Alright? So that would be good. A good idea to increase, popularity with PvP. Is just take a system you already have, the dueling system, and just extend it to areas within the open maps. And it's not going to be allowed in cities, it won't be allowed in havens or towns. It'll only be strictly allowed in, like, the rocky or grassy, or sometimes sandy or watery plains, plains and fields, those areas dueling should be allowed. Doing that with that system will greatly boost your PvP um, group, and it will make them happy. They'll be happy. And the role players too. So the role players will be happy with that too. But yeah, Stormblood anyway, like I said, story always on point, but the latter half of Stormblood got a little bit chaotic and disorientated. Like it was really shoehorned in there, but it makes sense later on, but it's still kind of like a red herring, and you're just like, why? Why is this here now? Why? Aren't we supposed to be dealing with, this? Like, isn't this more important than what's going on there? And then we got Shadowbringers. So the finishing story of Stormblood was really not as great, to be honest. But the first half of it was definitely a masterpiece. So they did good. They did real good there on the first part of Stormblood's story, but the latter half was a little weird. But yeah, the content again, like I said, with Stormblood was rehashed Heavensward, which was really sad. Sad and upsetting. But again, I understand the pressure the devs suffer. And I understand the problem they have with the loud dogs. So, I'm not blaming the devs. I'm not saying their efforts were in vain, because they weren't. And on the other note, the other problem with the community is new content. You would swear that they're allergic to it. Because every time the developers seem to try a new piece of content, it just like instantly gets bashed on for like no reason at all other than just because, oh, my shinies are my shinies. I can't get my shinies because the content's too hard. Like, who designed this content to be hard? I hate this content. So I'm gonna go cry about it on the forums, on my Discords, and on my Facebook and Twitter. I'm just gonna write my anger out on it. That's your typical neckbeard stereotype basement dwelling fanatic for you there. They're also the loud part of they're like I said, part of the loud dog group that doesn't know when to shut the hell up. But this is the part of the reason why content struggles to get new things, because like I said, community issues. cause friction, and that friction causes problems for the devs to the point where they start taking it personally, as Yoshida mentioned. So, we definitely need to take care of the community issue. We need to kick it off the bucket list. And once it is done, then we can work on the other things and improve those things. Now, the next expansion now, Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers. Alright, so Shadowbringers. Probably the best story they've ever come up with in this game. Hands down, it was a great experience. Very great experience. In Shadowbringers, they've added a couple new things. The trust system. Oh, while we're talking about AIs, sorry. In Stormblood, or actually not Stormblood, it was late Heavensward actually. In late Heavensward, they added NPCs to the Grand Company Squadron. And these were meant to help fill in the gaps of dungeons that people complained they could never find groups for and stuff like that. Like I said, average players like ourselves. Where we just can't get a queue for the life of us because of the system of matchmaking and because players don't want to play repeat content over and over and over and over. Like, once or twice is okay, 10 times is fine, 30 times is alright, but when it starts to get into 50 plus, well, then we're going to have a problem now, aren't we? So that's why the matchmaking thing needs to be done in the way that it's done with PvP and done with deep dungeon. If they can do that for dungeons at the very least, since they're already tampering with dungeons anyway to make it so that you can use them for exploration mode, for pretty screenshots and all that. And also so that it's a zone where you can see all limit breaks and such, like it's your own little playground essentially. Since they're already tampering with dungeons anyway like that, plus the trust system, since they're already tampering with them for trusts, I don't think it would hurt them if they could also tamper with it just a little more to make it so that they function the same, at the very least, as the Deep Dungeon and PvP matchmaking system. And then maybe later extend that to, the 8-man raids, which I can't even call the 8-man raids anymore because they're not. Okay. And don't you sit there and argue with me and tell me that it is, because it's not. What exactly are we raiding in the 8-man raids of today? Tell me. Tell me what we're raiding. What exactly are we raiding? Where's the map that we're raiding? Where's the zone that we're in that we're raiding? Where is it? Where is it? Show me. Where is the place? And where's the mobs that are in the place that we're supposed to kill? There are none, okay? There are none. It's a boss in a square or circular or rectangular arena, which is basically a trial fight or ultimate fight, alright? So like I said, stop coping. Alright? The 8-man raids of today, they're not raids. Alright? They're just freaking trials with extra steps and more HP, okay? That's all they are now, and that's so I wouldn't even call them raids anymore because they're not raids. Alright? They're not. 24-man raids are, though. They are the actual raids. But even then, I'm kind of scared that 24-man's going to end up being killed off too for being raids. You know? That's one of my concerns I have, is that they're going to start taking away that as well. And that would be really, really sad. Extremely sad. So I hope they never go that route, but I can't really say. We haven't seen the new 24-man raid yet, so we won't know. But I hope to God that I'm wrong. I really, really hope that I'm wrong. But again, Shadowbringers, going back to Shadowbringers, story, music, really fantastic, the best. The best expansion story and music by far. And like I said, they sprinkled in a few new things for us. We have the trust system, where you take AI to go into dungeons to complete dungeons. And they've extended it to trials now as well, which is fantastic. This is how it should be. Like, story should not be beholden to, a matchmaking system in order to be enjoyed. Story should be something casual. Something that you can relax and just do for the sake of enjoyment and leisurely at your own pace. Like, you shouldn't have to feel like you need to rush through the story or feel like your progress is hindered because you can't get a group to make progress on. So they definitely should continue with this going forward in the next expansion. And if they can, I'm not expecting a miracle, okay? I'm not an unreasonable person like a lot of people are. I actually do have a conscience and a soul, believe it or not. And I would, though, suggest that they do some real fine-tuning with the older content, with the newer systems which they've just added. Like, honestly, it's not going to kill us, okay? If we have to wait for them to find, if we have to wait for new content while they're refining the old content for, newer players to enjoy and be able to get done at their own pace when they want to do it and stuff like that. You know. But yeah, the trust system has evolved a little bit in the expansion after Shadowbringers Endwalker, which we'll talk about. That I need to talk about Endwalker. That's a very important thing on this bucket list. But the trust system was interesting. It had some good things and bad things. Bad thing is, if your character dies, it's considered an automatic wipe, even despite you having Alize, a red mage, in your party, or you have actual healers who, might I add, I've seen them raise. Okay, they can raise. So you can't tell me that excuse of, well, you failed the duty, so you gotta start it over. Now, that's counterproductive to what we just talked about. That story should be enjoyable. Enjoyable. It should not be causing anyone stress or aggravation. But yeah, the trusts and Shadowbringers, they definitely needed polishing, which they did indeed do with Endwalker. Like the Trust of Shadowbringers, they didn't AoE for one, so the runs took longer than they should have, longer than the necessary. Alize is still a pain to deal with, and especially if you're trying to level a DPS alongside her, she'll use the limit break at all the wrong times. It hurts my soul every time. And now was Stinian too. Stinian and Graha. I die a little inside every time. Every time one of them wastes the limit break when at the most wrong times. A part of me just fades into nothing. So please, devs, I know you love your characters, okay? I know you like to give them personalities, but maybe adjust it so that Alize doesn't break the limit break, okay? Her, Astinian, and Graha. I mean, Astinian, not as bad in some cases, but I have seen him use the limit break at a wrong time, and I'm like, no! Why? Astinian, no! You know. But those things I think could use a little bit of attention, but it is fun, the trust system, though. It is fun. Anyway, another feature, like I mentioned, the Dungeon Explorer mode. Your own little playground. You can run around in dungeons, take a few screenshots with yourself, or you can invite a friend, like a small party of friends, and you guys can do some screenshots together in the dungeon, the explorer mode. And then also, let's see. They added a new map dungeon, slot reel, sort of like Wheel of Fortune-esque thing. So that's always fun. Then ocean fishing, where you basically go out onto a boat on the ocean. It's something that was taken from Final Fantasy XI, which was the first Final Fantasy MMO, where you basically take a fisher and you just fish on the ocean. But unlike 11's version, where basically, at the same time fishing's going on, like, you also have, like, battle classes fighting, like, fish like monsters or something. Jump on this ship. So, yeah, I don't know, that would actually be a riot if they actually did that with ocean fishing. They add that later on. Like, how to have it so that, like, a disciple of war can go on the boat ride and just, like, do, like, active, like, fate, like an active time event or fate or something like that. That will spawn, like every, half hour or so on that you're waiting on the boat and stuff. uh, like, that would be fun. But that what's the ocean fishing's added. Going back to Stormblood, I keep forgetting certain things, but they added a reconstruction thing for crafters and gatherers, where basically, you know, we're basically building up ruins. We're repairing stuff. And so we did that with Doma, and then again with Ishgard. So that's a interesting new end game for crafters and gatherers. Though with the Doman one, you actually you could have any class or job help with that. You just basically threw your unwanted junk at them, and the NPCs took care of the rest. And come to think of it, I think we're due for another one here. They've hinted at least Koji did. Like, he hinted at the possibility that we're gonna rebuild, you know, Garlemald's city, which I could see that, especially since we have the Loporits now. You know, with their creation magic, they could basically build half the city in like a day or two. And heck, they could probably beat some sense into their robots too, I bet. Like they're mocking. But that's gonna be a if we do get a Garlemald reconstruction thing, that's probably gonna be a Alfino and Alize project thing because that's basically where they are now. Like they kind of set it up there, so I guess that's something we can look forward to. In Endwalker is that we're gonna be rebuilding Garlemald, which is ironic in itself, isn't it? It's tragic comedy. Like they spent all their years tearing us down, the Garleans, and now we're building them back up when they were torn down by themselves. Oh, cruel, cruel irony, huh? But that's a system that they had in Shadowbringers as well. And they even added a system called Feet, Fete, which is just like a mini game thing. So, and those things are here to stay, so they happen every other day, every 12 hours, I think. So, or actually, no, I think it's every 24 hours. So, after 24 hours, or no, it was 12 hours, I think. So, after 12 hours, it goes on a cooldown where you have to wait another 12 hours for the next set. And you can do this as crafter or gatherer only, which that's kind of sad in and of itself. I figured maybe any class would be able to do feats, but it's just crafting and gather specific. Maybe that will change. Maybe they'll go back and decide, oh, you know what? We should let anyone jump in on these feats. you know, because eventually, there's just going to be a point where people can't get skyscripts anymore. And so they're going to have to come up with a idea to re-implement or something like that. But that was a system that's in Shadowbringers and Stormblood. I forgot to mention there was hunts as well, which started back in A Realm Reborn. But everyone knows the whole hunt spiel. I mean, it's not hunting's not game breaking. You're just hunting. So, um, but with hunting though, they've added, experience points to the lesser kind of hunts, as well as tying rewards for doing them. So that's been nice addition. But again, and I have to stress this a lot. I have to stress this a lot. Their endgame formula is still the same in Shadowbringers too. You know, it's still unrelentlessly the same even in Endwalker. Which that's why I finally decided, I had enough. Enough is enough. No more. Please, no more. And that's why I decided I would retire from Final Fantasy XIV. is because the same endgame formula for Shadowbringers. You know, new playable jobs, new zones, new raids again, which I said, the 8-man raids, you can't even call those raids anymore. But they're there. They're considered raids. The 24 raids are basically more raids. And PvP again. And just the same thing, And then here with Endwalker, we're finally here at the end. Endwalker, oh man. When I'd heard the announcement that, the content was going to be the same, I was just kind of torn. And they said that this was supposed to be the grand epic finale of an era of Final Fantasy XIV. But when I heard the announcement that more dungeons, the same old formula, new jobs, new race, new dungeons, dungeons, new jobs, new race, dungeons, raids, trial fights again, and PvP again. Granted, the PvP, at the very least, and I know people say that PvP is bland and unoriginal. At the very least, you guys, PvP in 14 is dynamic. And that counts for a lot, as far as 14 is concerned. At least PvP has been consistently changing and dynamic. You can't say the same for the dungeons, or the raids, or even for the fates and stuff like that, the other battle content. Those have always been the same, and that's lacking and boring. How can that be considered fun to you? It's been 12 years of that same stuff. Can you really blame players like me for being so jaded over it? Can you honestly? When basically that's all we've had to put up with this decade worth of Final Fantasy XIV. The same formula that just doesn't end. So with PvP being dynamic, that's actually a breath of fresh air. It's relaxing and it's calming and people love it. They love doing it because it's new. It's actually new. And even stuff like, Eureka, as much as people hate and bash on it, and Bosnia, that's, well, I shouldn't say Bosnia, because Bosnia's basically Eureka 2.0 too. But just them doing stuff like that's dynamic. That's what matters, honestly. But it's so sad that the new stuff is very few and far between. You know, the new stuff is so limited compared to the status quo. And like I said, the status quo is attributed because corporate issues, like I said, their donors, their investors causing a rift with their paid actors, their shills, their white knights, constantly yapping and barking their jaws off louder so that none of the people like me or you can get our voices heard to the developers. Because these yappers who won't shut the fuck up, they sit here and start making accusatory remarks to anyone who offers any valid criticism. And you know what they call us, people who are offering criticism to better the game? They say, you're a troll. You're just a troll. Or they say, oh, you're from that WoW game. You guys are just cowards and you're stupid. You don't know anything about this game. But you know what? I'm gonna say it again. Shut the fuck up. I respect the WoW players, actually. And I'm glad I've opened them with open arms. Yeah, you can hate on me for that if you want. I don't give a shit. Because at least the WoW community players that are jumping over here, they have a pair of balls. They fucking stood up to their fucking investors and their corporate greed and said, you know what? No. Fuck off, Blizzard. Your game is shit and we know it is. We know that your systems are bad, but you obviously don't. I wish the 14 community here had the same nerve to call out bullshit when they see it. And again, like I said, the devs are not the ones that are the problem with this game. The devs are awesome people. They're amazing even. You can tell that they put their heart and soul into the game that they do and the work that they do. But however, the odds are stacked against them. Anyway, I need to finish up Endwalker before I give my final thoughts. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun, but Endwalker was supposed to be the finale, so we expected big things. However, it just left me with this feeling of disappointment. Disappointment and somewhat loathing. Not for the developers, because I know the developers care and they listen. I know they do. They're listening right now, in fact. So I know that it's not them. That's the problem. But we have some community issues that we need to deal with. Community and corporate greed. And hopefully, with these WoW players' help, we can make that actually happen. We can outnumber, with our newly bolstered numbers, we can outnumber these pathetic, loud dogs and put them in their fucking place. But with Endwalker, my disappointment and loathing attributes from not just the same formula again, but also the fact that the story direction was rushed. It was rushed, you guys. I don't want to hurt your developers' feelings now, Kiyoshida. That's not my purpose in saying these words. My words come from a place of love for this game that you and I share. Okay? So I'm not saying these out of spite or indifference. I'm saying these words because I actually care about what happens to this game just as much as you do, as anyone else does. But I can tell, I can see it, I can physically see it, and it pains me so. I can see that this Endwalker was rushed. And I could see the pain in your face, Mr. Yoshida. I could see it in your face when you had to deliver the news that it was being delayed. I could see the physical emotion in your face. That you wanted so badly, so much badly to make this work. But your corporate overlords were looming over your head and threatening to cut funds, threatening to shut down the project, which you just couldn't allow. So you decided instead you would shoulder the burden of scorn. And basically bow your head in shame. Rather than, instead, what I think you should do, and I know this is more of an American thing. I know that over in Japan things work a lot differently. Trust me, I do. I've been fascinated with Japanese culture. It's not just the video games, not just the anime and stuff that I'm infatuated with like most people are. I actually have studied how life works in Japan because I had hoped to one day visit Japan, honestly and truly. And maybe someday I still can, granted this endemic, as they're calling it now, finally ends. Because I really do appreciate the hard work and effort that the Japanese go to make such beautiful things. Whether it be in music, entertainment, food, song, dance. I honestly do appreciate every bit. Sorry about that. Again, that AFK timer is a nuisance. But I do appreciate it, though. The amount of, care and stuff that goes into Japanese made stuff, whatever form it may take. And I know that the Japanese are incredibly disciplined. Like, to very extreme measures and stuff. And so, failure really hurts them in their pride and in their souls. And it's a heavy burden on them because that's how their society works. It's how they've been ingrained through all their lives. And with these future times, that's begun to change a little bit now. The value in their culture has changed and shifted ever so slightly, and they become a little more open and relaxed. But again, for someone, like Yoshida, who did grow up in the traditional era ways, failure's still frowned upon by his betters and stuff. So, I understand. I do. And I want you to understand that, Mr. Yoshida. I do understand your pain and your emotions. We have that mutual understanding, you and I. What I think you should do is you need to take a stand. Even if your PR person advises you not to, you just have to do some things in life, Mr. Yoshida. As your story writers write to us warriors of light in this story of this game, you just do things, you know. Like the character that you betray us as in this virtual world. You really just have to do some things. You have to take a stand. It doesn't make you a coward. It doesn't make you weak. And you're not shameful for thinking that way, of wanting to make things better. And I think that's the words that you need to hear the very most, Mr. Naoki Yoshida. So while I am disappointed that Endwalkers was rushed, and as a result, quality has greatly suffered from that fact, you know, I can still appreciate what you were trying to go for, what you were trying to do. I won't let your effort go to waste that way. And I did enjoy Endwalker story, even regardless of it being rushed. And the trust system improvements, I did applaud them. I do enjoy them. Like, I know you'll probably never have time to watch my previous streams of Endwalker, but Mr. Yoshida, if anyone ever does bring it to your attention here, you should really know that you are appreciated. Your teams are appreciated for their work. It might seem like a lot of voices are underappreciative and such, but they don't deserve, they don't deserve to be in the spotlight. The ones that deserve to be in the spotlight are you and your team, Mr. Yoshida. As well as us little dogs. Us underdogs, too. Bring us into the fold, Mr. Yoshida. And Koji. Bring us into the field, us little underdogs here. You'll find out that the results might surprise you. They might make you question and rethink things from a different angle, a different view. You might think to yourself and wonder, gosh, why didn't we think of ever doing this before? We spent all these years worrying and finicking about some of the littlest things, but what we didn't realize is what we already had. And that's the real problem, ain't it, Mr. Yoshida? Is that all too often it's too late before we realize what we had. Because those things begin to fade and go away over time. And then all you're left with is the emotions, feelings of regret, helplessness, powerlessness. And I can tell you, I don't regret playing Final Fantasy XIV at all. Some of my happiest days were playing this game. Meeting new people, talking, doing content in game, idling around the world, taking a picture or two, and just living in this virtual world. None of that I regret. If I'd have to say there's anything I regret, it's that I regret not being able to meet you and the team personally, in person, you developers. Because regrettably, I live very impoverished, you could say, or poor. My country, I guess, well, I think you already know, but, my country is very difficult at times. and I can't really get to the nice things out there. But that's the only thing I regret, honestly, when it comes to 14, is not really having that ability to be able to shake the hands of you developers and say thank you. Thank you for bringing such joy and pleasures into my life. And though I've retired from Final Fantasy XIV, just know that I'm still watching here. Still keeping an eye out to hope that things do change for the better. They get better. And to sound really cheesy here, and to quote, one of your characters in this game, after all, miracles happen every day, do they not? And maybe my miracle just hasn't happened yet. Maybe 14 hasn't had that miracle for me where I'm really touched beyond words and I want to spend like the rest of my days in this virtual world. But regardless, that's my personal message to the development team. And I know that they're always striving to do better, and I will do the same myself. I hope that against the seemingly impossible odds, that you never forget about us little guys here in your community, the silent majority. I know the odds are not exactly in your favor, coupled with your undisciplined, community representatives in North America. What I would suggest for that issue, and specifically, is to have Koji review these NA representatives more frequently, because I don't feel like they're really good representatives at all. And their reporting is falsified. But as for your own individual media people, though, Mr. Yoshida, they're always on point. So if not to trust, my own native people, which, to be fair, I wouldn't trust them either. But trust in those people that are closest to you, Mr. Yoshida. They won't lead you astray. They're your companions and your friends both. So if they tell you something's off, then it probably is the case and you should look into it. Anyway, to make a long video finish here, the other issue that we're having with 14 as players is housing. Housing has been incredibly harsh and unforgiving. And I know that the developers know that as well. You know, like, I definitely know they don't have an issue whatsoever with that. And that, it's kind of a tricky subject, to say the least. But there is a solution, like, and I think that we're getting closer to that goalpost ever so slightly, even if it doesn't feel like it. But I feel like we're getting ever so closer. What I would suggest doing for housing is that just do away with the current system. No more development focus on this current system. It's really messy and unprofessional. And it gripes people on the regular. And kind of causes some issues with the instance servers. So rather than keep on building neighborhoods, building these wards, how about instead give people their own private little island to work and live on? And what I mean specifically by this, okay, is that this is what I've always imagined would have been a good um, housing for, like, Ishgard, but like, I guess the plan was always going to be Ishgard housing would be within, like, the firmament itself. And that's okay. It does make sense. They um, ended a long, grueling war with the dragons, and Ishgard's now habitable again and not so hostile to live in, so they can kind of repopulate and rebuild. So that makes sense from story point, but from a player's perspective, what I thought would have been the perfect housing, and definitely the highest, is to have a floating sky island for housing. Like, you know, it would have been so surreal and so amazing if, you know, we had, you know, a sea of clouds housing area. That would have been so great to have your own floating island for housing. But you can still, it's not too late, this can still happen. Maybe like not so much in the sea of clouds necessarily, but Elpis could be an option, you know? If not Elpis, maybe some other kind of floating island place where basically, a player can have their own like island, floating island. And on this island, they can have any house of any size. And like the player themselves can actually be the one to build the house. Or they can use, existing textures already for housing. Like they can set the firmament themselves, like they can build that, or they can like buy it from someone who builds it, like a crafting class. They can buy that, they can place it down where they want it to be placed on this floating island, and then they can just furnish the island. And maybe the island sanctuary is kind of what that's going for. Like, we haven't actually tried that island system yet, the island sanctuary. We know the gist of it is that it's supposed to be like a farm, like a personal farm where people can grow, their own plants, and they can have their minions like run around in it and stuff like that. And there was the rumor, supposedly, and then the Zeppela interview where she mentioned that there would be placement of structures. So what that tells me is that this is maybe going to be a zone where you can personalize it for yourself. And like there was also mention where you could visit like other people's like little islands. So I think that this may be a form of instance housing in a way. But the part about structures, though, however, makes me believe this is not going to be like a house. Like, they're not going to go insane over, like, adding a actual house. Maybe more like a loft, I'm thinking. Like, you'll be able to get, like, an outdoor loft of sorts without it actually being like an actual house. Which I guess that's the next best thing, too. I mean, we already have, like, a gazebo furnishing and, like, a sitting, like, outdoor sitting furnishing, too. So maybe that's the idea here with, Island Sanctuary. Is just have it be, like, your own, like, outdoor sort of furnished outdoor island, which I'm all for that. I love landscaping, so if they can give me like that and they can give me an okay limit, I would say if they could give me like, if they could allow me to place 100 items, then I would just go to town with that. Like, I wanted to make like a Zen, like Japanese type of garden in my own like yard before, but like I never could because the furnishing limit is so low for small houses. So like if the island sanctuary allows me to have like more landscape placement, then oh gosh, man, I'm gonna just go to town and create some really nice landscaping. Maybe turn it into an in-game business. No, no RMT. No RMT. but with that, I won't do an RP. I'm just talking about like guild, the in-game currency mostly. But that would just be amazing. Anyway, though, I think that's where I'm kind of finished my thoughts on 14. You know, things are not perfect, they could be better. Um, you know, I know that the thing Endwalker was rushed. That's pretty visible. The story pacing was a little off as a result, and the quality of content kind of took a hit. The music's still wonderful and amazing. The zones are pretty and beautiful. I'm in one of them right now, as you can tell. Um, the only disappointment I have with the zones is that, you know, they're more prop pieces than they are like an actual explorable piece, if that makes sense. Like, they're just placeholders, they're just set there. You can't do anything with them except look at them, which is a little unfortunate. I was hoping that, again, like with A Realm and Reborn and Heavensward, like how there was more exploration, more like a world filling rather than just a carefully crafted stage with, you know, set pieces, like I've said. That was a bit disappointing, but maybe in 7.0 that will change. But I can't really continue to throw my support around 14 as it is now. Like I said, I've taken a beating from it due to the non-ending content formula that needs a shake-up. And, you know, just the community problem, like I said. So hopefully these issues can be taken, but 14 to me from here on out will just be a casual game that maybe I'll play it sometime, maybe I won't. Will I stream it again? I don't know. I'm streaming it now, of course, but that's because I needed to pour my thoughts out here in the hopes that the future players, you know, that take over will indefinitely be better off than myself. So, thanks so much, everyone, for hearing my woes, hearing my rants, my rebuttals, and of course, hearing my kind words, kind and thoughtful words for the development team. Not so kind words for the community, but nor the, I guess, corporate hacks, investors, and the like. But hopefully things do improve and get better. I will be watching. I'll be watching and waiting patiently. So, everyone, have a wonderful day today. Especially you developers. Try not to be too hard on yourselves. You're doing a phenomenal job with the worst possible working conditions and stuff like that. I hope your conditions improve. I really do. I wish there was more we players could do to help with alleviate that burden, but the language barrier and separation of borders makes that kind of a challenge. So, I mean, all we really can do is just work on ourselves. And someday, maybe we'll find a middle ground and come to better understandings. And maybe 7.0 or 8.0 will be 14 at its absolute highest peak ever imaginable. So much so that Yoshida may have to retire, not because of, outrage or anything, but he'll have to retire because the 14 becomes so amazingly good. So amazingly good that he just can't keep up with the workload anymore. That would be a story to tell his grandkids. But, as I said, guys, take care. May you walk in the light, as Heidelin or Vinar says.